Hey friends, today we're sewing the perfect baggy jeans. And in this video you will be able to see every single step in real time, so you can relax and sew along. You will also find the ultimate pattern in 50 sizes on my website. Of course with a complete size chart. The link is in the video description, and with the code BAGGYJEANS, everyone who's watching this video gets a 25% discount. You can also get the heavy denim fabric I'm using in this video on my website. The pattern and the fabric are also available as a combo kit. And the product description lists all the countries I'm shipping to. The sewing pattern, of course, is available worldwide. So if you would like to support my work, feel free to stop by. If you don't want to miss the next sewing tutorials, feel free to subscribe to my channel, and if you like the jeans, I'm very happy about every thumbs up. In this tutorial I will be using my regular sewing machine, the Singer HD6335M, as well as my Yuki MO50EN overlock machine. If you only have a normal sewing machine, no problem at all. I'll be explaining everything within this framework, and all the parts that I'm sewing with the overlock are just a nice extra. But what do we actually need to sew the pair of jeans? Approximately 2.5 to 3.5 meters of denim fabric, depending on the size and width of the fabric, of course. With the heavy denim I'm offering, 2.5 meters is sufficient. A suitable jeans pattern, a 16 cm or 18 cm long zipper, ideally sewing needles that are suitable for jeans, i.e. universal or jeans needles, black and beige thread or any other color you like, of course, a button, one to hammer onto a metal pin, this will be used in this video, or one to sew on. 4 different presser feet, normal, edge stitching, zipper foot and a buttonhole foot, an iron, scissors, a seam ripper, a hammer, a measuring tape, tailor's chalk or a colored pencil. Alright, so we are gonna start with the sewing pattern. Turn up some of your favorite music in the background because this video will be muted, except my voice, of course. No background noise, no other music. You can just turn on your own music and watch all the explanation steps. We are going to start with the sewing pattern because every couple of weeks I'm getting the question on how to properly arrange all the pages if you use the DIN A4 pattern or a US letter with various pages. We got for this jeans pattern 55 pages in total. Of course there's also an A0 variant, and this one is way easier because it has, I think, only 4 pages. It's really big, but of course nearly nobody has an A0 printer at home or any international other paper size. You would have to go to a printing shop to get your pattern. So I'm gonna explain today how to properly arrange all these parts for the pattern with various pages. You can see the stars at the outside, and you can just principally cut out always the rectangle of one page, and then you can arrange all the pages with the orientation for the stars, and then you're really good to go. I know this sounds really easy, and yes, it is easy, but as I previously said, sometimes I'm still getting the questions about the pattern cutting. Sometimes it can be a bit challenging when some rounded edges are like transferring the paper border, but this will also work out. So now we are simply gonna lay out all the paper pages in front of us. I'm not gonna show you, of course, the whole process of laying out all the pages and cutting out all the pattern pieces. I'm gonna show you this for one leg, and it's quite simple, so just have a look. Yeah, so when we arrange our pages, we can simply grab our pair of scissors and cut out the rectangle of a paper page. Yeah, and when we finished the cutout for now this example for 2 paper pages, it's really simple. You're just gonna arrange the 2 paper pages so a complete star is being created, and then you just need to glue the edges together by using sellotape. When you did this with many pages, then you have, for example, like here, your 2 front leg pattern pieces, and you can simply cut out those with your scissors. And this is all how it works, really easy. And yeah, now you can see the rest of the cutout for 1 front leg. And then we're going to continue with another step in this tutorial. Alright, so let's have a look at the fabric we are working with today. We got here raw heavy denim fabric made out of 100% cotton, and the GSM number is 500, so 14 3/4 ounces. So it's a really thick and heavy fabric. It's a really high quality premium fabric, and yeah, it's really sick to make the pair of jeans today out of this fabric. As I previously said in the intro of the video, it's available on my website. And I don't know if you can see it on the video already, but the fabric already has a pattern on it. This is because I pre-washed the fabric, and with that it's a typical raw denim attribute. Yeah, and why did I even pre-wash the fabric? This is to counteract the subtle shrinkage factor that comes into play when we're sewing with fabric. So if the fabric would have been unwashed, the shrinkage factor of around about 10 to 15%, depending on the temperature you're washing your garment or fabric with, yeah, comes into play. And yeah, to counteract that, for the final garment, you wash the fabric beforehand, so the pants in the end doesn't shrink that much. And because the fabric is so heavy, we are gonna work with a colored pencil, or of course you can also use tailor's chalk to draw the outline of every pattern piece, as this is way easier than pinning all pattern pieces in place and then cutting directly at the edges. With a fabric like this, it's way better to draw the outlines, so that's way more efficient. So from a previous project that I sewed with this fabric, I still got this fabric piece left, and I'm going to use that for all the smaller pieces that we need for the pair of pants. And as you can see, this is the first amount of pattern pieces that I laid out on the fabric. For the back pocket piece and the yoke, it's very important to mention that you, of course, in the end need 2 pieces of those sewing pattern parts with the fabric, also in a mirrored way for the yoke, for example, but you will see this all later. As I said in the intro of the video, this is all in real time, so you can just follow along on the cutting process and every other step, and which is also very important to know, that you lay out all the pattern pieces for this pair of pants vertical. So yeah, you have to make sure that the weaving direction of the fabric is always vertical, and as an orientation you can always use the side hem of the fabric, which is white. You can see this on the left, and all the pattern pieces lay vertical with the weaving direction. And of course, we are gonna iron all our cutout pieces, as it is way more easy to sew flat, clean fabric pieces together without any creases. And yeah, so we are gonna make sure that everything is ironed well. And yeah, in general, I would strongly recommend you to follow every ironing step in this tutorial, as it's a crucial part for a successful end result for a pair of jeans. So yeah, make sure you follow all ironing steps. So now we are getting into the hot part of the tutorial. We're gonna start with the real pants. So we are starting with the back of the pants. We got our two yoke pieces, which we're gonna arrange like that for every side, because as you can see, the yoke just lengthens the edge or the inner edge of the back pants. And yeah, we are gonna lay our yoke right sides facing onto the fabric. The right side of the fabric is always the beautiful blue fabric side. So if I'm going to talk about right sides facing, then it's about the outer blue denim part. And if we are talking about the wrong fabric side or left side, we are talking about the inner brighter fabric side. Yeah, so we are going to lay our yoke right sides facing on the upper edge to edge, of course, onto our back trouser leg. And at the inner side, the corner is gonna stand over just a little bit, maybe 0.2, 0.3 centimeters, because when we fold over the yoke, the inside line or the edge, as you can see, has to be clean. So this small part that stands out at the end is totally right, because with that we are guaranteeing that the line is continuously clean, because we're sewing with a seam allowance of 1 centimeter. And with that we can just simulate by folding the yoke over how the line will continue and if it looks right. So yeah, we are gonna take our clips and fasten them onto the edge, and we are of course gonna do the same procedure for the other side. So now we're at the sewing machine, and we're gonna use our normal sewing foot, and the needle position is in the middle. For the stitch length, we're gonna choose a stitch length of roughly 3. I think that's the best stitch length for normal sewing. And yeah, we also always gotta make sure that we lock our seams. So we put down our presser foot, and then you first sew some stitches, like 2 or 3, up front and then back, and then you start your correct clean seam. What's also important when you're now sewing your yoke on, we are gonna sew edge to edge. This means that the right edge of the presser foot glides on the edges of the fabric layers. This is really important to mention, as we are sewing many passages in this tutorial the same way. So when I'm saying edge to edge, I always mean this type of stitching. If it varies, then I'm always saying, yeah, you gotta sew in another distance. Of course, at the end of a seam, you also got to make sure that you lock the seam. Yeah, this is all the purpose, so the fabric doesn't tear apart or the seam rips apart. So we are back at the ironing board and we are gonna iron our seam allowance down in any second because we are gonna do a double top stitch from the right side in the next sewing step. And for that, everything stays nice and clean in place on the inner side of the pants, and we are even able to do a top stitch, we gotta make sure that we iron this seam allowance down. So we are gonna fold this over. And what's really nice when you're working with denim fabric or selvage denim, raw denim, and this thickness of fabric, you can always press edges and they are already staying a bit in their shape on which direction, for example, you fold them. So always give it already a press with your fingers and then you press it the right way with the iron. Yeah, but this is always really nice when you're working with a thick denim fabric. We're back at our sewing machine and now we're gonna use the edge stitch foot. Yeah, this is really important to make nice top stitch seams because you have a small metal element that's there for orientation when you glide at the edge of the seam on the right side. Yeah, you will see this in any second when we lay our fabric below the presser foot. Yeah, because we ironed our seam allowance, we have this multiple fabric layer which creates on the left side the higher element of the fabric in comparison to the right side, which is only one fabric layer. On the left side we got 3. Yeah, and for this sewing machine, I always make sure that I put the presser foot a little bit up front, because the transportation mechanism isn't that perfect. Yeah, and if you put it up in front a little bit, it's way easier for locking your seams and then start the right clean seam, so the transportation mechanism then works way better in comparison when you would start directly at the edge. And by the way, for our top stitch seams we are always going to use a stitch length of 4. And for aesthetic reasons, we are of course gonna make a double top stitch seam. To get this in a clean way, we are gonna just orientate ourselves with the metal element of the edge stitch foot on our previously made seam, and with that we are gonna get a perfectly parallel top stitch seam. So now we want to start with the process for the back pocket bags. For that we are gonna take once again our pattern piece, because we want to mark the top edges of the back pocket silhouette. So we're gonna take our colored pencil, and what's really easy, we are just gonna press with the tip of the pencil very intense, and yeah, with that we are gonna see little marks on our fabric, and then it's really easy to just mark the top edges. So now we want to start with our back pockets. For that, you can see we have both of them in front of us, and we are gonna turn them so they lay with the right side down, and we're gonna start by folding the side edges in by approximately 1 centimeter, and we're gonna do this on both sides. When we are done with this, we are going to do the same with the slanted edges at the bottom of the pocket. Just make sure that the bottom tip is in the middle by folding both slanted edges in a synchronized way. At the top, we are also going to start by folding 1 centimeter in, and after that we are going to fold over another 2 centimeters, so we get ourselves a nice and clean 2 centimeter wide strip. For a perfect result, we are of course gonna iron our folded edges all the way around for both pockets, as this will look the same in the end. So we completed the ironing for our back pockets, and now we're back at the sewing machine, and we're gonna do a double top stitch seam at the top edge of the pocket. Of course, the stitch length is 4, and yeah, for the start our needle position is in the right place, and we're gonna sew edge to edge with the normal sewing foot. Of course, we gotta make sure that we lock our seam, and yeah, like that we're gonna do our first nice top stitch seam. Yeah, always make sure to cut off the thread. And yeah, for the second top stitch line, we're gonna make sure that we put the needle in the left position, and we are going to do the second seam in the same way by stitching edge to edge with the sewing foot on our fabric layers. And that's it, and we are gonna do this, of course, for both pockets. And we are back at our first back trouser leg, where we can see our two markings or two marking points at the top, and we're gonna put our back pocket with orientation of those points on our back trouser leg, and we will use our pins to pin the pocket in place. The fabric is really thick, so this can be sometimes a bit challenging, but it's all manageable. And we're back at the sewing machine, and we will clip our edge stitch foot into the mechanism. And to sew on our back pocket, make sure that the metal element of the edge stitch foot is directly at the edge of the pocket, and then start a little bit up front so the transportation mechanism can grab all our fabric. Make sure you lock the seam, and then you just have to sew with a stitch length of 4, of course, for all our top stitches right at the edge of the pocket. Make sure that you press the pocket always a bit onto the back trouser leg so everything stays nicely in place. When you're at the corner, roughly 0.5 centimeters before the corner, you can put the needle into the fabric, and then you gotta turn the sewing foot, and you can just try it out until you see the metal element of the edge stitch foot nicely laying at the side of the slanted edge of your back pocket. It's just many hours of practice to get this in perfection. You can also sometimes just adjust the stitch length when you're coming to the edges or to the corners. So you can just put it to 1 and with the hand wheel sew until you're satisfied with your presser foot position. This is the same with the middle. Gotta make sure that you turn the presser foot directly in the middle of the pocket tip. And when you're at the other corner, we're going to do the same as with all the others. And of course, for aesthetic reasons, we are gonna do a second parallel top stitch seam. For that, you're gonna use the metal element of the edge stitch foot and glide with that on your first seam, so you get a nice parallel top stitch line. And got to make sure that at the corner you're able to turn the presser foot so that the metal element lays at the slanted edge also perfectly on your first seam, and with that you can make sure that you get, without a twin needle, a very nice double top stitch seam. And now it's already time to connect our back trouser legs in the crotch area. So we will lay our two back trouser legs right sides facing on top of each other and use our clips to fix everything nicely in place. Of course, pay close attention to the connecting yokes, so we have a nice clean double top stitch seam running into each other. And when we are back at our sewing machine, we use our normal sewing foot and the needle position in the middle, a stitch length of 3, and we sew edge to edge. Of course, we are locking the beginning seam or the beginning of the seam and the end of the seam in the end. And yeah, as I previously said, pay attention that you perfectly hit the double top stitch seam synchronized of the yokes, and then after that it's very easy to sew. When we are arriving at the slightly curved passage of the pants, you can. It's maybe not for every beginner, but it's making things a little bit easier. You can do a little fold with your index and thumb, so you can sew straight or straighter than just sew in the rounding. By folding the fabric a little bit, you can always sew a very straight passage. It's still gonna look round, of course, but this is just for easier sewing purposes. And of course, at the end, we are gonna lock the seams 2 times, maybe 3 times, because this is a crucial area for a pair of pants. Now it's the first time to use the overlock machine. Of course, if you don't have an overlock machine, you can look in your instruction manual of your normal sewing machine, what kind of overlock stitches your machine has, and you just sew over the seam allowance with that type of stitch, and then you can cut with your scissors maybe the last 0.2, 0.3 centimeters of seam allowance off, and then you also can get a quite nice finish of your seam on the inside. Yeah, but we're going to use the overlock, and also here the same as previously. When we come to the rounded part of the back crotch, we're going to fold the fabric a little bit so we can sew in a straight line. This is always really helpful when you're using an overlock machine. Now we want to start with the front of our pants, and we will start with our front pockets. For the first one, we are taking our pattern piece again, where we can see the outline for the small coin pocket that will be first made. And we are going to use the same method as with the back pockets. We're going to mark our top corners of the small pocket on our front pocket. And now that we have our small coin pocket in front of our eyes, we're going to turn this so it faces with the right side down. And we're going to do the same procedure as with the back pockets. We're going to fold in the side edges first by 1 centimeter, and the bottom edge, of course, in the same manner. And at the top, in any moments, we will also fold in first 1 centimeter and then 2 centimeters to get our nice and clean top strip. And of course, we're back at the ironing board, and we're gonna iron all our fold over edges of the small coin pocket. And now we're back at our sewing machine, and we will use our normal sewing foot to make our double top stitch seam at the top edge, just like before with our back pockets. Stitch length 4 and the same orientation method as before. So we're starting with the needle position on the right, and after that we're going to switch it to the left. And after that, we will pin our small coin pocket in place by using not many pins. It's so small, we don't need many. To sew the small coin pocket on, we of course will use our edge stitch foot and proceed in the same manner as with our back pockets. So we will do a double top stitch seam with the stitch length 4. We got our small metal element of the edge stitch foot to keep with everything on track. Now that we prepared our pocket bag, we are gonna put this pocket bag at the rounded section, right sides facing, on our first front trouser leg and pin it or fix it in place with our clips. Of course, we are gonna do the same procedure also with the other pocket bag and the other trouser leg. Back at our sewing machine, we will use our normal sewing foot and the needle position is in the middle. We are using a stitch length of 3 and of course we got to make sure that our seams are locked, and When you arrive at the round edge, just guide the fabric layers actively around with your hands. This is going to make things a lot easier, and always make sure that you keep the edge of your sewing foot on the edges of the fabrics. Now that we sewed on our front pocket bags, we are gonna turn them at the rounded edge, and we also gonna make a double top stitch seam for this passage, and for that we gotta prepare our edge, and by using our thumb and index finger, we gotta move the fabric sides back and forth until we have our inner seam allowances synchronized on the inside, and so our clean seam is perfectly vertical, and then we're gonna use clips to fix all that. Back at the ironing board, we want to make sure that we press this edge really nicely so everything stays in place. For the double top stitch seam, we of course gonna use our edge stitch foot, and with the metal element, as always, we're gonna orientate ourselves directly at the edge. And for the second top stitch seam, just like previously, use the metal element to guide it onto your first seam, and by that we're gonna get a synchronized double top stitch seam. And now we want to fold over our pocket. And now we want to fold over our pocket bags. So yeah, just make sure that all the threads are gone. And yeah, we are gonna fold our pocket bag so that it lays nicely, right sides facing, perfectly on the outer edge. So as you can see, the pocket matches the shape of the pants. And first we're gonna fix a small section at the top and an even smaller part at the outside. Back at the sewing machine, we are gonna start with the top section that we fixed previously, and we want to do a stitch or a seam very close to the edge, just as close as you can get. Yeah, because the seam is just for fixing the pocket in the first place. So just sew this passage very narrow to the fabric edge. And for the small side passage, we are going to do the same, very short, with a short stitch length, just 2 centimeters, so back and forth, and that's it. And now to close the whole pocket bag, we are using some clips to fix everything so that it stays nicely in place. And now it's quite simple. We are sewing on the inside from the left side or on the left side of the fabric, and we're just gonna directly start after the passages we previously have sewn. So this is just an orientation where you should start to close your pocket bags from the inside, and we're gonna sew one way around. And of course we're going to do this with both our pocket bags in the same manner. So now we're getting closer to the probably most critical part at a pair of pants. So we got our fly and our zipper, and we are gonna put the zipper onto the fly with the slider facing down. So as an orientation, we are gonna place our zipper rather in the middle of the fly, and at the bottom, as an orientation, the corner of the zipper should nearly lay in the middle of the rounded edge at the bottom of the fly, and by that, of course, also at the top, the overhanging fabric of the zipper lays in a synchronized way at the top edge. And we're going to use our pins to pin our zipper in place. And back at the sewing machine, we are going to use our zipper sewing foot to sew our zipper on. And gotta make sure that the needle position is at the right. And we are gonna start to sew our first seam very close to the edge. I'm changing the zipper sewing foot to the other side so it's easier. And as I said, we're gonna make our first seam very close to the edge, so the front of the zipper sewing foot just glides side by side with the edge of the zipper fabric. The second seam is rather close to the zipper teeth, but keep in mind not to stitch directly without any millimeter left to the zipper teeth. Still close, but not too close. When we arrive at the zipper slider, just keep the needle in the fabric, and maybe you need to rise up the zipper foot, and then you can just slide the slider down and then continue with the sewing. And now we want to place our fly onto the fabric edge of our left front leg. Of course, right sides facing. Yeah, keep in mind to fold over the zipper so you don't sew it on by accident in any moment when we're back at the sewing machine to fix the fly onto the edge. When we're back at the sewing machine, we will use the normal sewing foot. The needle position is in the middle and the stitch length is 3, and we're going to use the normal edge to edge sewing. When we sew the fly on, we are gonna flip it to the inside, and we are using once again our fingers to put both fabric sides nicely onto each other in a synchronized way. And this section will be ironed. And by using the edge stitch foot and a stitch length of 4, we will make a nice top stitch seam in the exact same length as the fly is long. To get the typical look for pants closure part, we are now gonna draw our silhouette of the fly on top of our trouser leg. And yeah, it's quite easy to feel the edge of the fly through the fabric, so we are gonna use this as a guidance, and as a second top stitch seam, we're gonna just go 1 centimeter inside. So gotta make sure that the distance for the second top stitch seam is always 1 centimeter in comparison to the other one. With our normal sewing foot and the needle position in the middle and a stitch length of 4, we're now gonna do our top stitch seams. We're gonna start right at the bottom, and I'm always using the hand wheel a lot in this situation, as it's quite more easy to adjust the sewing foot at the start. And if you have any difficulties on the rounded edge, yeah, you can of course also use the hand wheel to make sure everything will be nice and clean. Yeah, actively guide the fabric under your presser foot, and always make sure that the fly on the inside is pressed very flat, so you don't any creases on the inside. Yeah, so now we got our other front trouser leg and we got this strip which we want to fold to the inside because this is the part where the zipper connects with this part of the pants. So fold it over evenly and fix everything in place with clips. And this section, of course, will be ironed. And now it's quite simple. We are gonna place our folded over strip onto the free side of the zipper. Of course, pay close attention that you arrange everything so the bottom edge of the pants is very smooth and evenly. And when you made sure that this is the case, just pin this trouser leg onto the free side of the zipper with some needles. Okay, I'm back at the sewing machine. We are using our zipper sewing foot to attach our front trouser leg onto the free zipper side. As the fabric that I'm using for this pair of jeans is really heavy, you gotta make sure that nothing slips away. So always keep a hand on the fabric and just remove the pins when you're very close to them, so you get a nice and clean top stitch line. Of course, the stitch length is 4. Gotta make sure that you lock the seam, and then pay close attention that you get a nice seam. Of course, we're gonna sew just until the end of the folded over strip. Now we got our fly shield right in front of us. Yeah, which is there to make a nice closure for the inside of the pants. And we are gonna fold this right sides facing on top of each other, and the bottom slanted edge will be secured with 2 clips. And we are gonna sew this slanted edge with our normal sewing machine and our normal sewing foot. As soon as we did this, we're gonna grab our pair of scissors and cut into the seam allowance, also in a bit of a slanted way, because this is important as we will turn our zipper cover in any moment. And with this method of cutting some of the seam allowance, our corner will look much greater, as on the inside there's no fabric collecting. And we're going to use some clips to fit everything in place, because the long side edge will be overlocked. And now it can get a little bit tricky, but I think with this visual explanation, everyone should be fine, because we now are gonna attach the fly shield on the inside of our pants. And yeah, we're gonna use our overlocked side, and on the right side we have a fabric overhang from the strip that we folded inwards previously, and just place the fly shield onto this fabric edge. Of course, at the top it should be right on the edge of the top of the pants fabric layer. And now you see this fabric overhang also just edge to edge with the fly shield. And on this passage we are simply going to use our zipper sewing foot and sew on the fly shield. To fix this properly in place, we are gonna make 2 markings on our double top stitch seam on the right side of the pants, because the fly shield should not like wobble around on the inside while wearing the pair of pants. So we're just gonna pick a very short stitch length of 1.2, something like that, and then just from the right side on our markings make our very small short seam by sewing back and forth. And now we're at the definitely most crucial part for a pair of jeans with the zipper, because now, of course, we want to get a very clean look for the front of the pants. And as you can see, we still need to close the bottom rounded section for the front of the pants. And now it's really important to get a clean result. We are seeing at the bottom, at the rounded part, it's rather normal. We gotta use our clips to fix that. But as you can see there, we got a pleat. This is now very important. Be very cautious. Just where the pleat ends, we gotta put our last clip to fix our fabric, and never force the pleat to fix it further up, because then the end result will be horrible. This pleat is very important to mention. So look where the pleat is naturally ending, and there we are gonna put our last clip. And this is also the position where we're gonna start sewing our rounded part for the closure of this pants. The pleat won't be touched from this side. So when we're at our sew machine, it's rather simple. Just start sewing from the last clip on we put on to fix our fabric layers. Of course, as always, lock the seam for safety reasons so it doesn't tear apart. And yeah, our needle position is in the middle. We are sewing edge to edge. So now we will look onto our pants closure from the right side of the fabric, so the normal outside of the pants, and you can see that there is still this hole. Now pay attention, you see where we started any second ago, where we closed our rounded side, where we closed our rounded element of the pants. And now you just gotta make sure that your fly element lays very flat onto the fabric, and the section where the hole is folded on the inside, but there's a transition from the folded area that transfers to our section that we sewed together previously. So this is just like a transformation from one part to another. And yeah, we're gonna close this hole, which is still there, just by a simple top stitch with our needle position in the middle and our normal sewing foot. We're gonna start at the position of our double top stitch seam for the fly, and just gonna work our way down. And yeah, make sure that the area where the hole is nicely folded onto the other side of the fabric. And when you're reaching the part where we sewed the pants together from the inside, right sides facing, then you're gonna start to move both fabric sides to the right and left with your hands. And by this, you will get the most clean result you can get for pants closure like this. So now we can actually start to combine our front trousers with our back trouser part. And for that, we gotta lay out our front trouser part with the right sides up, and we're gonna place our back trouser part right sides facing on top of that. You gotta make sure that you fix the inside seam on top of each other, and in the middle, of course, put them neatly on top of each other so there's a clean transition. Yeah, and we're just going to start by fixing both sides together with some clips, and this is going to be the first passage that we're closing, so just the inside leg seam. And now we're back at the sewing machine and we're gonna sew this long inside leg passage together. Yeah, I chose this perspective now from a little bit more far away so you clearly can see how the whole pants is moving. And yeah, it's quite easy. We got our normal sewing foot. Our needle position is in the middle. Our stitch length is 3. And yeah, with that, we're gonna sew the whole inside leg passage. When you reach the middle crotch section, make sure that you sew a few times back and forth, because this is a crucial part for a pair of pants. So yeah, you gotta make sure that this doesn't rip apart under pressure when you're wearing the finished pants in the end. So yeah, this prevents it from tearing apart, ripping apart. Of course, this passage also will be overlocked. For the center crotch section of the back of our pants, we gotta make sure that we also match the top stitch seam from the front part of our pants. So we're folding on the inside the seam allowance to the left side, yeah, and secured with a clip. And with that, we are gonna make a nice top stitch seam with our edge sewing foot. And for the inside leg passage, we're also gonna do a nice top and for the inside leg passage, we are also going to do a nice and for the inside leg passage, we are also going to do a nice top stitch seam. And for that, we are also simply folding the seam allowance to the left side and start our top stitch seam. Always pay attention that the seam allowance on the inside stays on the side we folded it to, so to the left, because this is quite a long passage and sometimes the inner seam allowance folds to the other side, but this should not happen. in the next step, we can actually start to close the side elements of our pants. Yeah, just make sure that the top corners align perfectly on top of each other. Of course, this is all right sides facing. And yeah, then we're just gonna take our clips and fix everything nicely together. And we will also sew both side passages shut with our normal sewing foot, a stitch length of 3 and the needle position in the middle. Keep in mind that when you start sewing from the top to the bottom, we have many fabric layers at the area where the pocket bags are, so you don't break your needle. Yeah, be very cautious, and then everything is going to work out just fine. And also pay attention that all the fabric layers match their edges. Of course, we will clean up the side edges with the overlock machine. So now we can start with the leg opening hems. For that we're gonna start to fold over 1 centimeter, and after that another 1.5 centimeters, and this is gonna be the size for the hem. So we are gonna do this all the way around, to get a nice even strip, and we're of course gonna use our clips to fix that. Our leg opening hems are getting ironed, of course. This is very important. So they stay in shape in the long term. And for the finishing, we are doing a top stitch seam from the inside with a normal presser foot, and we're going to sew edge to edge on the left side of the strip, and the needle position is on the left, and the stitch length is of course 4. So now we can already turn our pants inside out. And in the next step, we are gonna grab our strip for the belt loops and we're gonna overlock the side edges. If you don't have an overlock, you don't have to do this, but I like the aesthetics of that as you're gonna fold that to the inside. Yeah, and like the back of the belt loops looks quite clean with this method as well. When we finished overlocking the side edges, we are going to start to fold the edges inwards, and we are going to get a 1.5 centimeter wide strip. We're going to do this all the lengthwise and secure the folded elements with clips. Now we want to top stitch our belt loop strip with the normal presser foot at the needle position on the right, and we're going to sew edge to edge on the right side lengthwise from top to bottom or bottom to top, it doesn't matter. And of course we're going to do this on both sides, so we can just turn the strip when we finished one seam and then just do the other one. As soon as we finish that, we are going to take our measuring tape and make markings at a distance of 8.5 centimeters, and in those steps we are going to cut out our 5 belt loops. And now we are gonna make our belt loop markings on our pants top, and always the standard spots around the waist of the pants, and we gotta make sure that we have a distance of 2 centimeters to 2.5 centimeters. Yeah, the distance to the top edge of the waist of this pants. In the next step, we got our waistband laying in front of us. And what's very important to mention is that the waistband is slightly bent up at the left and right side. And we gotta lay it in front of us with the sides slightly bending up. So yeah, you gotta make sure that you pay attention to this, and yeah, when you laid it out that way, not to the bottom but curving up, then you can take your second waistband piece and put it right sides facing on top of the first one, and then we're gonna take some clips and fix our fabric layers together. What's now really important, that you fold over 1 centimeter of the top waistband piece up. Because this stripe will be ironed in the next step. Before, of course, we gotta make sure that we clip the sides together. Yeah, but why do you have to fold this part up? Yeah, this is to be able to get a clean finish for the waistband when we are sewing it on to the waist, or to the current circumference of the pants. Here you will see this later, why this is very important. And now we want to sew our waistband sides together. For that we are using the normal presser foot, and the needle position is in the middle. We are gonna start on top of the folded over edge, and yeah, we're gonna sew edge to edge as usual. Make sure that you lock your seam at the beginning, And now what's really important when you're sewing a waistband, we are gonna start our stitching and keep the corner in mind. We're gonna stitch maybe like 2 centimeters or 1.5 centimeters to the corner, and then we're gonna keep the needle in the fabric, put the press foot up, and then put the stitch length to 2, do 2 stitches, and then we can once again move our presser foot, turn it, and then we gotta sew the long passage. Why are we doing this at the corner with those 2 little slanted stitches? This is because the corner in the end will look a little bit better. It's a little secret sauce. Of course, we're also gonna cut the overhanging fabric at these edges so it doesn't collect in the corners when we're turning the waistband, but this comes here in the next step. Of course, we're gonna do the same procedure on the other side. When we are back at the ironing board, we gotta make sure that we now press the folded over strip evenly, the whole lengthwise, to make it stay in that folded situation. And as soon as we finish that, we will turn our waistband, and by sliding the fabric layers between our fingers, we gotta make sure that we line the outer edges perfectly on top of each other and secure everything with clips. And we're gonna do this on the whole waistband. And now we want to attach our waistband to the top of our pants. For that, now it's really crucial that you pay attention, because we're attaching the waistband right side with the longer or taller side, right to left. So on the inside of the pants, we're going to attach the longer part of the waistband. And of course, we're going to start at the corner of the fly shield. And we got to make sure that all edges at the top match each other. And by that, we're gonna go our way around. And on the other side, the same will be tucked to the fly or to the other corner when we're once around. And now we will sew on the waistband with the normal press foot, the needle position in the middle, and of course we're sewing edge to edge. At the start, pay close attention. Yeah, there are already many layers of fabric and can be quite challenging, but should work out all fine. And then just sew the waistband on all the way around. When we attached our waistbands, we can start by folding it over our corners of the fly shield and also of the fly, and yeah, the previously ironed strip on the inside should be now placed on top of the seam that we sewed a second ago. So this is a great line for orientation, and yeah, we're going to use pins to pin everything in place all the way around. And now we will make another top stitch seam, this time of course on the waistband with a normal presser foot and the needle position on the left. At the start of the corner it can be quite challenging as there are no many fabric layers. You probably gotta use the hand wheel and sometimes lift the presser foot up and then continue by some stitches. And pay attention that always the previously made seam is covered by the waistband. And as there are so many fabric layers, so slowly just tip the pedal or the acceleration pedal with your feet or with your foot. So your needle doesn't break. Of course, we will do a 360 top stitch on our waistband. For that, I think it's easier if you split the top stitching into two parts. So now you just gotta turn your pair of pants and start at a short edge, sew up, and then you can continue with the top edge of the waistband. The needle position is on the right and we are doing a narrow top stitch to the edge. And yeah, as previously said, if you encounter very thick parts or many fabric layer passages, just make sure that you pay attention to your needle and your eyes, of course. When we finish the top stitching, we will continue with our button. For this pants, I'm gonna choose the version with a button to hammer onto a metal pin. So you can get yourself a kit like this or buy one single button. We gotta make sure that we get the right distance. Our waistband has a height of 4 centimeters and the button should be placed on the left side of the waistband, so the bottom, not on the top. And yeah, we're gonna mark the middle, so 2 centimeters, and from the right edge of the waistband we're gonna measure 4 centimeters, and this is your point where the button will be attached. To get the position for the buttonhole, we will again measure the middle, so 2 centimeters, and then we're gonna make a mark 2 centimeters from the side edge of the waistband. And now for orientation, you can take another button and put it with the left edge on the point you've just made, and then just make another marking where the other side of the button is, and then you have the diameter and start and finish for the buttonhole. And I can strongly recommend you to make test buttonholes, as for example my machine, the Singer, is not that great for buttonholes. At least it has a function for it, but in my opinion the buttonholes are not that great. I know, maybe it's also because I use my machine quite a lot, but always gotta make sure that the buttonhole looks kinda clean. So we are gonna place our waistband under our buttonhole foot. As I said, take another button to find the correct diameter and make a marking at the top and bottom, because we are going to start the buttonhole from the bottom to the top. So yeah, this marking is quite important. Because we're working with denim fabric, and yeah, those layers are especially very, very thick. It can be quite challenging. Yeah, it can be quite challenging for the buttonhole foot to get a nice buttonhole. You probably have to pull and push a little bit on the way up and down, and this sometimes is not that easy to do properly with the same strength at every moment. Yeah, and unfortunately, this exactly did not really go completely as planned. I think probably the fabric layers were too thick. And yeah, the buttonhole came out way too short, or a little bit too short, but then ain't no problem, because I can just show you how to fix something like this. It's really easy. So you gotta just switch to your normal presser foot and just put the zigzag stitch in your mode, and then you can just find out, then just do stitch length 0, and you can just zigzag stitch on one point, and then you can complete your buttonhole. Of course, you gotta use a seam ripper to finalize the buttonhole. You will start on the one side, go to the middle and cut it in, and then from the other side to the middle to get your complete buttonhole so the button fits through it. So we are getting closer to our final pair of pants. But before we can actually wear them, we need to adjust the belt loops. For that, we are gonna fold in every side, so top and bottom, by approximately 1 centimeter. And by that we're gonna place them on our markings, and with our normal sewing foot we are gonna choose a very short stitch length, so about 2 or 1.5. And yeah, when we lay our belt loops under the presser foot, we're just gonna make sure that we sew, for example, at the top of the waistband exactly on the same seam. And on the bottom side, just rather clean to the edge of the belt loop. So this was the final step to completing our pair of baggy jeans. Of course, we gotta make sure that all the threads are gone and everything is looking clean. And now let's have a look at this pair of baggy jeans. If you enjoyed the video, then I'm definitely happy about every thumbs up. Feel free to let me know in the comments how you liked the video, and if you got any questions or suggestions, please let me know. See you in the next video. Until then, have fun sewing.